Yo, what's going on, Kafka? I gotta find. I gotta find another trinket. I'm so tired of running with this Veilgore stare. Let me see. What are people running on Prez in M plus? Heart of Wind, Crucible, yeah. Gaze and Heart of Wind. Okay. I have a heroic Heart of Wind. We can at least start with that. Maybe we're gonna do a bunch of keys, but whenever we do Windrunner, I think we'll rip a roll for that. Because I'm not running a Locust Walker Ribbon. Coach Whistle might be good too, actually. Say they should all be zeros. Alright. I also have. Yeah, I got Myth of the Dawn now. Oh, very cheap. I just have no heroic crests. What am I at on myth crests? Need a cool 220. Yo, what a busty. Holy Priest raid outside of the stuff on the Wowhead guide. The secret stuff? Honestly, there really isn't. I think a lot of it comes down to just like timing when your heals are hitting. Some fights, like Paladins, are very much like an attrition encounter, where it's really easy to like burn your mana down very quickly early on in the fight, but that's also when everyone else is kind of competing for it. So you almost want to like have more mana ready for the end of the fight, just so you can kind of spam harder and just blast more healing. Those things I think are always really relevant. Getting it like I always kind of call it eyeballing your heals, especially with prayer of healing. This goes for like raid and M plus. You gotta like eyeball how much healing or about how much healing Poe does, so that you know like when to cast it. I see a lot of logs when I do coaching for people where they like are just mashing, absolutely just mashing the Poe button, and it's very easy to just burn your mana down. Oh, Crive's playing a seed build. Let's see. Let's see. Crab. I see. Chrono Warden. With Seedling. Interesting. Let me import this. I've never played with this before. I have not played with this. Siege. So, let me think about what he dropped. Still running Nas. No double time dilation. No fire breath heals. Or he is running fire breath heals, excuse me. Because, yeah, he needs to route into his other talents. Not running Spark, but I think that's kind of fine. Oh yeah, I was playing around with Temporal Barrier. Oh wait, this is new M+, sorry. New M+. Yeah. I'm way too much of a pussy to run Wings of Liberty. Way too much. Exclamation mark coaching has the setup. Yeah, make sure you read through it. Yeah. It's pretty interesting. Ooh, I do. Shit. Alright. I got invited to a 19 seat. Hang on. Disc then press keys. Alright, hold up. A little detour. Yeah, I'll try that out though today, Alex. I was planning to do mostly Prez stuff, and I didn't think that many people would be on to play WoW at noon on a Friday. But, you know, when you get invited to a 19 seat, I'm kind of down. Kind of down. Nah, I don't do it for gold. I do a lot of sales, so I have plenty of gold. All right. Yo, here we go. Oracle and Plus. Oracle and Plus. 276 Archon. I started having trouble healing in 14s. Every just keeps dropping like flies. I don't know if it's because they're not using defensives or kicks, but I'm struggling to keep them up all the time when they drop almost at the same time as using everything. Do you know like a specific moment or dungeon or something like that? No, I got invited to a group. I got invited to a 19 seat, and I need a 19 seat. We'll do press keys after. We'll do press keys after. Never fear. Never fear. Never fear. Yeah, like the more info you can give me, Satir, the better I can help you. Because if it's just everyone's dying, I don't know what to tell you to do better, right? Now good time to join WoW? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, take it easy, Yoke. Guides are updated on Wowheads. Yeah. I am gonna have a video coming up soon. I'm working on it. And it's gonna cover Raid and M+. Yeah, I'm gonna work on getting that done before I go on vacation. It will be Prez Day. It will be Prez Day. I was getting Prez ready, and then I got invited to a 19 seat, and I really need a 19 seat. This is my Super Bowl. This is my Super Bowl. Don't worry. I have a nice long stream today. Nice long stream today. Let's see, can I get Burnstone? This slept on? I guess it's in a good spot in keys, but not insane. Not this time. Yeah. I have no Holy Priest. For raids, it's that its healing is just not really that good for the encounters. Like you overheal with Poe all the time because your healing is so like heavy, pushes up health bar so rapidly. You know, Disc's Atonement has like a really high hit count, but then also like small quantities or small hits. It has like a lot of small hits. Oh well, Gray, what's going on, man? And then in keys, it's kind of the same old song and dance where like it does good healing, but it just doesn't keep people alive, or it doesn't keep itself alive. as easily as others. What is timelessness? Timelessness. Oh, it's yeah, threat reduction. So it's like seeing uses debuffs in the frames. We want to attract some important debuffs. Any tips? Go protest at Blizzard. We had that in beta, and then they basically removed it. And now it's like an all or nothing situation. Yeah.
5, 4, 3.
And the biggest thing, Satri, is like understanding the mechanics and like understanding like what is dropping people low and what kind of damage you can mitigate. I think a lot of times, the more you are just like conscious and like aware of what is happening around you and what the damage is thrown at you, the easier it is. So that way when you have insane fuck you damage like right here, it becomes a lot easier to deal with. Please don't stand on me, man. Please don't stand on me, man. Ah. No, man. Run! I guess we're still right, right? Hmm. And next Inspire and big pulls, you can make some pulls do no damage to mass. While in Druid, I'm sweating like crazy having to keep 10 haunts for your regrowth to heal anything. Poor Resto Druids, man. Poor Resto Druids. Hmm. That's like a really insane timing pull, basically, where you gotta be like really, really careful to just not lose anybody when all the damage cooldowns are going out, because you just gotta like blast, you know? So you just select expert install Shukio. When you get to the Wago setup, it says, do you want like an expert install or do you want the full thing, the full banana? And you just say, I want an expert install, and you're chilling. It doesn't make you import everything. Was there an intern who did the set of the Holy Priests? The design, the look, or the set bonus? The set bonus is chill. It's just like, who wants more Divine Image? It wasn't solid, but Blizzard has a nasty habit of always making the mythic set Shadow Priesty. It's so annoying. So annoying.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There's such shadow simps.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
crud. Yeah, see, way more chill. Way more chill. No. Man. Just did not have the Shadowmans. That's tough. Just did not have the Shadowmans there.
Survive.
Let's try and listen to Jack regarding Holy Priest. They'd be fine in raids unless we told them to get Cosmic Ripple. Yeah, you're not wrong. If they kept the playstyle so it's all Cosmic Ripple and Prayer of Mending, the spec would have performed better on paper. Or probably in practice. But I think the playstyle would have sucked ass. So, yep. What can you do, man? My bad. He's playing this thing, Achi. Shaman's like second best healer in keys right now. Yeah. You know if Shamans are able to drop that Windrush talent on people to remove snares, and it removes these kind of snares? I think it does work. But I know it's sometimes weird. Like sometimes they have to like step into it or something like that. It does not work. So typical. So typical. Playlist? Yeah, let me see.
5, 4.
Spotify's so annoying, man. They always put just random bullshit they're trying to advertise to us over top of everything I'm doing. I'm glad I was able to switch my gear. I'm really glad I was able to switch my gear.
3, 2, 1.
There we go. Woo! That was a mighty crit. No, really? Man. Been roasting hour class. Yesterday I tried it only on me and moved, but not others. Interesting. So we got one more in him. Alright. We ride.
from the void has emerged into our world. It must not be allowed to spread its corruption.
Yeah, if you have Warcraft Recorder, highly recommend getting that, especially for M+.
Happy 19 years
It's
old
very
to me.
difficult.
Kappa.
It's very difficult to be able to tell. Yeah, Tequila looks like with 19 months. I got like this new saline or whatever for my eyes, and for some reason it's like my right eye is like dry.
5,
My left eye is fine.
4, 3,
Drive me
1.
crazy.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
No. Man, I was like right in between casts too. Oh, I was right in between casts. All good. NC. Yeah, it is an absurd amount of damage. It is an absurd amount of damage. All right. We ball. Wait, not being a deserter. There we go. We ball. Back to Prez Back to Prez. We'll try out the siege build. Glad I didn't make a Prez guide yet. All right, let's blast. Crafted check. Hang on. So I've got those. Oh yeah, I have three crafts. We don't get a fourth yet, right? That's next week, or is that this week? All that blood in my head. Yeah, I think it's next week, right? Hey, Kushi. Trying to see if it's actually worth for me to hold on to any Mythcrasts.
There is much to be done.
I think I can just rip them.
If needed, I will answer the call.
Driving me insane. 278. All right. So these new seed talents, your blossom send out seedlings that proc some extra healing. Every other blossom is a chance for one of your seedlings to grow into a new blossom. Oh, that's kind of neat. So we still have Energy Loop, still have Nas, only one charge at time dilation. Lots of Dream Breath healing. I'm not running Wings of Liberty because I am scared. And less Essence Bursts. Yeah. I think people are going back to Herald, funny enough. I thought that's what I saw before, was that the top dogs were back to run Herald. Let me see. They did give him a StarCraft 2, yeah, they did give him a StarCraft 2 setup. I started playing StarCraft 2 around like Heart of the Swarm time. But I did go back and play like the the campaigns and stuff, and it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Let's see. All the blood in my head. Looks like the rank 1 guy is playing Herald. Yeah, looks like the rank 1 guy is playing Herald. Hey, Boston Towns through the changes. Yeah, that's what Crive's doing. So I'm gonna try out this build and figure it out, because I've not played with this build before. I've not played with it before. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like Paladins are back to running Herald. Few talents. Yeah. Hey, Rin. It's so funny because I made the Herald video and everyone's like, they're running Lightsmith. And then you just wait and now everyone's running Herald, you know? Crive is liking it. All right, let's see how this feels. See how this feels. I think I could do a 17 if I could get invited to one. I think I could do it. I like to start a little ambitious. Scale Commander? That's like an AUG thing. Or something. It was in Chrono? I pulled it for... I literally pulled it from his board. I pulled it from here. So I went to Crive.com. And then I hit Show Me the Talent Calculator. Let's see. Best run 4 days ago. 4 days ago. Apparently this is something he's running even more recently. Quite possibly new technology. Let's see. Let's see what he ran for this. Yeah, he didn't run it yet. So we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it and see. Where's the recent keyboard to maximize this? 20 seat 430. Yeah. So you did a 20 seat with this. As Chrono. Yeah. So he's already done it in 20s. So we'll see. I'll just pretend I don't know how to read. Oh, you lost? Well, they're in luck, let me tell you. Oh, at least they brought a Disc Priest. We got a hit. Let's go. Is Life Givers to Ouroboros? Am I really gonna get healing out of it? I'm down. But am I really gonna get healing out of it? I guess we'll find out. I guess I should open up the Warcraft Lux companion, shouldn't I? Yeah. It's Crive's build. Stop telling me it's Crive's build. I opened it up. I opened it up and he's been running with both. You just saw, I pulled up 2 builds. There was one with and there was one without. You guys are killing me. Pulled it up. I see one with and I see one without. And you ran like with one with time of need and one without. I know I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. I know what I saw. Where am I going? Seat. All right. All right. Flap, Jack, rises. Don't worry about me. All right. Let's just scan President's economy. So true.
An entity from the void
So
has
true.
emerged into our world. It must not be allowed to spread its corruption.
Let's see. Hit that button. Hit that button. What's it called? Royal Feasts? Royal Roast, I think is what it is. Yeah. Brick enough, maybe we'll buff it. What if I time every key? What if I time every single key? What if we go from 3K to 3,400 in a day? What if, chat? What if?
Five, four, three,
You blame me for nerfing it? Alright, bet.
1.
Alright, bet.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ooh. My Platinator is different. I don't know why. Let's just hit the rewind here. When is Second Lust? Ah, missed one. Second boss. Okay. Yeah, that's my struggle. Is I hate being, I hate being the party's lust. Yo, BCQ, thanks so much for the new sub, man. Let's see how the Blossom does. Unless to a foot pedal, I would be stomping it. I would be stomping it. Or tripping over it, depending on what's going on. Depends on the situation. Oh, whoops. Oh my god, really? Oh my god, dude. I got insta-ticked by it. I got fucking insta-ticked by it. That's crazy. I don't know why it's ripping my hover the way it is. Unless I have a different bind for it or something. Holy shit. I'm more careful with that. It's my reversion button on my frames, and it's also like the hover and reversion have the same bind. But if I'm mousing over somebody, yeah, he got instant tick too. Shit's nuts. Alright. Nothing's going wrong. It's all going fine. Let me just get up on my mythic mount as I died in fire. Oh, biggie.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all. Also, their commander here has a particular...
Living Flame and healing is left click. Living Flame damage is 1.
And put a stop to their efforts.
That's right, you know, gotta let them know. Gotta let them know who they're dealing with here, of course. I show lust. Moving buffs on your UI pack, you show everything. Should be disabled there too. It should be. Dude, I think that's actually my mouse is sticking. Yeah, we down Midnight Falls. Raid has been cleared, and I got the mount. That's right. Let him know, Chili.
Only the strong.
I got fucking bolted. fucking bolted, man. I would love to hit this button. There we go. The fuck? I'm trying to hit my stasis and it's just not going off. I think my mouse actually is fucking sticking. Okay. That's what I was waiting on. No, no way! I'm kiting. I'm kiting. Okay, where is my water? Oh, man. Alright, we're getting the mana back. Birds and last boss Skyreach, taking off like Sonic. What I did is, if you can play with an Aug, you can actually just get the Aug Evoker Stone, and then you can actually just Wurnstone the second you get picked up. But otherwise, yeah, you're at the mercy of your teammates, which is not great. Yo, nice mount, thanks. You could have one too. If you would just raid with us again. Perchance, perhaps, per maybe. All right, that's what I like to hear. That's what we like to hear. Oh, we're dying. Oh, we're dying. Let me just do a little rewind. A little rewound. You still got me beating IO ducks? I'm like a smidge above 3,700. Oh, I'm against a rock. What the? Didn't move any from last night, I think so. All right. I'm gonna try to overtake you this weekend. I'm gonna try. Bro, I do not get even a second to chill here. All right. Next burst. There it is. I got Holy to like all 16s, 18s, but I've been pushing his disc. Like, especially in C, dude, the beginning of the dungeon is just single target bomb healing all the time. 24/7. Usually I feel like I'm glutted on resources. And here I'm finally kind of getting to a point where I realize I don't always have a bajillion echoes to put out. It's pretty cool. Holy's a lot of fun, but man, I feel like I just explode when I'm playing as Holy. I need to get like 15, 20% verse or something like that to feel really comfortable about it. Later.
Eliminating him will give us an opportunity to get him ourselves. I'll see to opening the way once he's taken care of.
Twin Echoes, that's something you want to use on CD or where you know damage is going to come in. So that's whenever you cast your Blossoms, you get your bonus Echo value. So you cast a Blossom every time you Verdant Embrace through your tier set bonus. So you always get that. But I'm trying to find the times for when I want to like use my Essence Burst for Blossoms. I think it's more during like downtime or like low to mid periods of damage. Versus like really high damage periods, probably like the next boss. But you see how like the damage kind of just stops here. It's kind of chill. I feel like that's a pretty good time to hit the Blossoms. Kind of just finish topping everybody off after the damage has already happened. You know, something along those lines. Here I could probably just like rip it on the pull. I get full Twin Echoes value, set up my stasis. Probably hit a little Verdant Embrace, but then now I have all these Essence Bursts again. And I'm probably just gonna Marithras it. Time dilate him from the dot. Activate my stasis. Get even more Essence Bursts. Spread around some more Dream Breath. And just kind of Chrono Flame for some extra resources, I think. Yeah, Essence Bursts are really kind of a premium. So I want to do, you know, I want to build up Twin Echoes. I also want to build up my mana. My mana's been kind of flagging for a bit. I think here I cast a Blossom. I cast Disintegrate into another Blossom, into Temporal Anomaly, and then I Dream Breath that. Got full coverage on everybody, spend a bit of extra essence. Rip a Blossom, and then get ready to spam heal people who are getting dotted up. It's kind of nice, because it's me and the guy who I life-minded. Or embraced. Still using Dander's Man by. Yeah. Oh, they killed the targeted spells. Yeah, Blizzard literally just like straight up killed that feature. Just for fun. Yeah, just for fun.
I shall bring you to your twilight.
Yep, they said, we don't want you to know if you're being targeted. We want it to be a surprise. Team doesn't have kicks. It'll just be a fun surprise, a little treat. It was slow as hell. Maybe the DK, but yeah, I figured he would also just use that ability. Everybody's actually kind of fine, so I guess I just hit one of maybe the tank. Move kicks from everyone. Yeah, just to have the kicks go off. I mean, unironically, it would make it so that they wouldn't have kick damage, or the damage of those mobs be that high. It was impossible to be kicked. Kicks a PvP talent. There you go. I think it's the gamma setting, Imma. I think. Less cakes, but important spells need to be kicked rather than this mob isn't allowed to cast ever. It's gotten better towards that. Yeah. I feel like it used to be worse. I feel like you can still bitch about kicks and stuff, and there's still a lot of truth to it being annoying, but they're like... I feel like it was a lot worse before, so I'll take this. I'll take what I can get.
Such chaos. The way is open. Hurry, heroes.
It is rare that a Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred in Northern. What fascinating implications. Such musings
You're right about this being a great time to get into healing. Yeah, man. It's like how, I think a lot of like the macro changes to like the overall game have been good. But then, you know, healers can also talk about how frustrating it is with like a lot of class design. You know, I think like overall healing is better, but also there's a lot of like class design, which is just like wonky, silly, stupid kind of stuff going on. You know? It's like both things can be true. Do I have... No, I don't. You have it? Okay. I'm gonna go buy cables right after this.
Look out!
no, he's lost. He's lost. Okay, we're gonna have big damn for this next burn. Cause what is the burn? I think it's like a minute and a half or something like that in between. See, does he have it? Yeah, he's got it. Sweet Prez guide soon. Soon TM, yeah. I want to see if this build's gonna be like the optimal sauce or if there's something else. Oh my god, this is gonna be very close. This is gonna be very close. Alright, there we go. Easy. Easy.
Creature of shadow.
The void is a force of change, of transformation. Shadows are
Never in doubt, never in doubt.
I feel the fallen Naru's power.
Haste first, haste first. I'm good.
you stand.
Good. Thank you for the invite.
There will be choices to make and consequences.
It's good practice. It's good practice. Field of Dreams is the way if you play Wings of Liberty. Field of Dreams. If you play Wings of Liberty. Dream Simulacrum, Investigate Inner Flame. I don't know how those really work together. I just wanted to see how much healing I'm getting out of Blossom, though, if that's okay with you. Because I have not played with any of this. It's actually pretty sick. See, does Warcraft logs have the same thing? Ports. Yo, Cyrus, thank you for the 2 months, man. There we go. Yeah, Blossom's doing like 8.5%. It's kind of crazy. I don't even feel like I was using it that often either. Here, I'll leave this up. I gotta run to the bathroom quick. 1 sec. All right. Oh, it's like a seasonal thing, Janelle. It's like an overlay where they like sponsor you for like a month or two. So this one's like Xfinity for this month. Yeah. So it'll pop up a little bit off to the side, but hopefully it's not too intrusive. Does Vault work with dungeons where you have to clear that dungeon for the loot to be in the pool? I thought it did. I thought it did. Let's see. Damn, those ceilings do a lot. Look at this. Ceilings actually do a bunch of healing. They're hitting, dude, they're actually hitting for like 169 per, or sorry, no, 179k, or 17.9. Oh my god. Oh my god, I fucking contact. 170k a cast, and then like 17k hits. Alright, I see. Way too many points for 4%. Yeah, I just want to try it though. I just wanna try some stuff, guys. Just so I have a better understanding of all the talents and how they go. Kind of tough when I start playing something different and then everybody wants me to play something else and everybody wants me to change around what I'm doing. Just like let me like play like one dungeon without the backseating. Ready, please. That's why I like playing beta, man. Let's see. Could use a Magisters. Could use a Nexus Point. Oh, Era, thanks so much for the Prime. A lot of my Zaras. A lot of seats. Alright. Take the scenic route. I'm gonna take the scenic route. You want a specific item from one dungeon, just spam it 10 times, get loot only from that? Yeah, with the coins and stuff? Oh, sorry, you're talking about the vault. Yeah, I'm a little conflicted, because I thought it worked that way, but I've never really seen somebody just, like, avoid doing certain dungeons to get it. And now with, like, the coin bonus roll stuff, I don't know if it really matters. Yeah. Like, I was talking about Gillies about this on Tuesday. I was actually talking to him on Tuesday about it. Oh, war mode. Where they were like, you should just like spam M plus with your coin rolls all of the time and just spend everything on like M plus and like gear up quickly. And I'm like, wouldn't you want to use like your limited resources to get your bis gear or try to like pursue your bis gear? I feel like that would be a better use of your time, you know? Turn off war mode. That I do. Where's my mailbox toy? There it is. Yee. Tricks in the ammo kill mythic bosses? That's fair. That's fair. Treasure Aug is more fun or easy to pick up? I haven't played Aug in a long time. Aug's probably the easiest. I mean, it's tougher to track if you're doing it right or not.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm. The Cynosure of Twilight.
Really? There we go. Dude, I love Augs, man. I love Augs. Having a button? There we go. Having the Aug Evoker Wernstone is insane, man. So helpful as a healer. Besides, it's tankier lust than a mage.
You were warned, Umbric. The terrace is forever closed to you. Now leave before...
Of course we left the message for me. I'm afraid you'll have the incapacity.
Ripping on my echoes.
How I've missed this library. But we can't afford to...
So after this encouragement, keep the chat informed. There you go. Good luck, good luck.
To think Rama would go this hard to keep me out.
Yeah, I'm way too scared to run Wings of Liberty still. Especially at a place like this, but just in general. Just in general. I feel like the benefit of like Nozdormu's is well worth having to aim the orb. You know, instead of the convenience of the temporal barrier, but I feel like Dream Simulacrum is just like so beneficial. So beneficial. You don't need to keep constant focus on where every single person is standing every 15 seconds.
You'll go no further, Umbric. These new defenses were specially made with you in mind.
I seem to be... tame. The construct ahead is heightening Rama's spellwork. Destroy it!
Yeah, it's kind of like a point of diminishing returns for like buying the convenience, you know? Fair version versus TA, but not as far better. Having Dream Breath every 10 seconds. Oh, I know, it's insane. I don't know what the title cutoff was last season. It's been a bit. This season, it'll probably be like 0.1%, or probably like 22. I don't know how much power we're getting out of that borrowed power stuff in the 10.17 though. But this season's gonna go until like August, so we have a lot of time. We have a lot of time. We got a lot of additional gearing to go. Oh shit! I got 2 stacks there. They were stacked on top of each other. It's okay. Nothing a little time dilation can't help with.
Disciplinary measures. Policy demands compliance. Suppressive measures necessary. Enjoy detainment. Policy demands compliance. Suppressive measures necessary. Repeat. Please stand by.
They kind of got it on lockdown. They kind of got it on lockdown.
Resume disciplinary measures.
I don't even really need to rip the stasis at all either. I guess I should. Yeah, it's already on cooldown anyway. Probably could use it for the hallway, but we have some time for it to come back.
Suppressive measures necessary.
Lit.
Please repeat your failure.
Nice. Good cloak. Don't have a dispel for him just yet. Now I do. Ah, I burned my stasis. No. Wait, it might pay off. He just needs to get the debuff again. He just needs to get the debuff again. It did not happen. It's okay. It's a better cooldown manager, really. guess we don't. I guess we just lost second boss, right? Do you Marithra's Blessing, or do you Verdant Embrace with your last bit of stasis? Just ripping it.
Zaranel, stand down. I have permission from Lorthamar himself.
We sip.
None shall lay hands on the spinal cord.
Oh, is Marithra's for a golden hour? Yeah.
Here, give it all.
Makes sense.
Bring him. I'll take care of these shields. Mark for defeat.
Stasis V doesn't place a blossom? Really? Feels like it's a bug. It's odd.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Mark for defeat. I am unyielding.
He said, huh? Oh no.
Mark for defeat.
Five, four, three, two, one.
For defeat. Speak no more. I am unrelenting. Shall not.
What? What do you mean I can't use that here? There we go. Whatever. Was it my range on him? I guess it might have been.
Zaranel, the void has broken through. We're too late.
Alright, got full twin echoes. Oh man, he's going right side first. Alright, Echo Verdant into Echo Marithras. Echo Verdant, Echo Marithras. Seems like that's good enough. Because I think it's worse to Chrono Flame, right? Than those other options. Seemed like that was fine. We got the spread. As annoying as it is, I'm still surprised that I'm just hitting the verdant or the temporal anomaly on everyone. I thought everybody would be like way spread out there too. Ouroboros stacks get consumed in the verdant embrace. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it does. Yeah. So I built it up with the Echo Cast, and then it went away. Emberwing or Crucible? I think Crucible's better. I think Crucible's better. You could check with eye level on Questionably Epic, but I'm pretty sure the Crucible is better. Yeah, QuestionablyEpic.com is where I usually go to compare like trinkets and item differences as a healer. Oh my god, this guy's far. I keep burning my stasis at the end of fights. I could probably rip it early here, but it'll probably be pretty wasted. get it, we get it. Remind me after this. I wanna look up Crive's logs and see what exact sequencing he does to those heal absorbs. They got cleared like kind of quick, but let's see if there's a better way to do it. I guess it really helps the brew because you have insane golden hour healing on them already. Damn, and the Chrono Flame too.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the Sinister to the Void Storm. What is that monstrosity? You keep it occupied while I channel the spell and end this chaos.
Then down.
Oh, I almost walked right into the fence. All right. I had like nothing else to hit there with the Living Flame, so I think it was good. But I think it's like kind of the bottom of your like prio list. It's like, if you've got nothing else. Man, I hate having this range. Actually, let me not run into my own orb. Let me go over there so I can take care of that for the rogue, so he doesn't have to. Yeah, I got it. Not playing chicken. Oh, no, 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 I fucked up. Oh, shit. My bad, I just fell too early. He thought he was good to go. My bad, my bad, my bad. I'll heal it. Never in doubt. Never in doubt. I'm just getting hit by shit. Shit, hang on. I gotta clear that. I gotta clear that off myself, and that was the best way I knew how to do it. Alright. We're stitching it together. We're stitching it together. It's we got some stuff happening. We got some stuff happening. We're just gonna walk that one off. Like it didn't even happen. Waiting for it. There we go. Then we hit that button. There we go. Now we're much safer. Woo! All right. Anyway, plus 2'd it. Nice.
We have our way into the Void Storm.
GG.
And perhaps offer an apology for the
We're chilling. Oh my god, I was fighting for my life at the end there. I was fighting for my life at the end there. Yeah, let me see if I can find Crive's log for that. I want to see how to deal with the heal absorbs better. Let's see, let's see. Plus season 1. Magisters. The Gentry is... Would it be this one? I think... See, table... Voidling, Voidtear... Oh, they probably skipped it, actually, didn't they? So it would be... Devouring Tyrant, I think. There should be a ton of absorbed healing, right? Yes. So it's a lot of Golden Hour, Verdant Embrace, Lifebind. Let's see. Debuffs. Devouring Strike. So Devouring Strike hits here. 2045. Yeah. All right, perfect. We found it. We found it, guys. So we're going to go to the timeline for healing. And casts for Crive. So at 2045 is when it went off. So he stasis stores into Dream Breath VE, Echo, Chrono Flames onto enemies. So around 2045 right here is when the Devouring Strikes go out. Standard string available to civilians? No, but I do go over like most of the settings in my YouTube videos. I got 2 different guides for it that show you how to like make it all. Okay, so 2045, he gets Echo, time dilation. Oh, that's actually really, really smart. Yeah. So I read about this. If you time dilate a target and then they take like a big hit, and then you reversion them or Mirthras or whatever, the Golden Hour calculates the total damage they're going to take out of the time dilation before they take it. Yeah. Okay, so he time dilates the hit. So he has Echo in advance, time dilates the hit, Verdant embraces him, releases the stasis, which has a double Echo. I think it's the Echo. Okay. And then he casts another Mirthras as a follow-up. Okay. So time dilating the hit will be big. I think he just does the same thing twice, doesn't he? So he echoes the tank, echoes himself, casts Verdant Embrace with the time dilation to absorb the hit, echoes him again into Dream Breath, echoes him again in Mirthras. Okay. So double time dilation would be really good there. Really, really good there. Let's see.
Stop doing log reviews.
Learning some Prez stuff, Drew. Learning some Prez stuff. I did a Magister's Terrace, and I wanted to understand why and how to better heal the heal absorbs. So that's what we're working on right now. Baby Phoenix in Bird Boss Skyreach don't do damage with the red thing when they die. I don't know. They just kill it and run away. I usually just kill it and run away as fast as I can. We had one res the other day, actually. We did like, I think it was like a 19 or something like that, and it just like insta fucking rezzed on us. We were like right there. We were like right there on top of it, and it rezzed on top of us in her face. Yeah. Alright, so the siege setup is only gonna be worth if you're running like wings, is what people are saying. So I think we go back to the other one. I think we go back to this. Let me see, how is this different? Yeah, that is the challenge. This was April 27th. We're gonna see with Dream Sim? Are you sure? Because my chat was blowing up when I ran the seed build with Dream Sim. They're like, don't run it. You can't be running that. From Rio? Let's see. Give me a link. Just give me a link. Because that's opposite of what I saw. Because I saw 20 seat 20 hours ago. New talents. Here he has Wings of Liberty on for the 20 seat. Was this like the builds that he logged out in? Nah, he's running Wings of Liberty there too. Yeah. Shit that happened last night. The last boss match was at 30%. Oh god, no. That's a backbreaker, dude. Seed build is fun. Yeah. Let's see. Magister's run I just did. It did a ton of healing. Yeah, it did a ton of healing even when I was just running with Dream Sim. Yeah. Let me see his. Four days ago. So he did. Actually, let me see. Yesterday, he did run Wings of Liberty in the 21, or in a 20, and they did run it as well here. Okay, 4 days ago. What about seat? Yeah, he is just running Wings of Liberty here. And like seedlings and stuff. Yeah, so he's been playing like the seedling setup for a bit. He's been playing the seedling setup there. But this my Zara setup. Yeah, I think this one would be better. I think this one would be better. Actually, is this the same thing? It might be the same thing as the new one. Let's see, new one plus. Yeah, I think the difference is 1 point. Oh yeah, 1 point in flow state instead of just in time. But I think the just in time is going to be safer. Yeah. Because you can't take the point out there. Yeah. Okay. Let's roll with that. Relax 20. No MT, no MC. Windrunner would be the next one I need. Sea Dive is a 14. Oh, shit. Let's go. All right, Windrunner it is. Gotta do a pit after that. America's sweetheart. Alright. Read my guild chat. I'm reading my guild chat, and my guild was asking about some players on a team. And so we were getting like feedback and everything like that. And then they were like, so and so is mechanically okay, but he's legit racist, and I don't think you guys are into that thing. We're like, yeah, we're not. Fucking NA rating, man. Fucking NA rating. Fucking psychos everywhere. So tough to recruit these days, man. Just impossible. You rating the same? You're actually right. I thought about it the second I said it. When I was in Future 6 years ago, we rated around like top 20 and world. And I remember shortly after I joined, there was like a player who was a problem who I like asked before I joined. I was like, isn't this person like not good, you know, or you know, not a good person? And they're like, yeah, but we talked to him. We talked to him. We're gonna stop it. I was like, ugh. Thankfully, he was gone very soon after I joined, because he also tried to like. He also would like clip everybody's streams, because everybody streamed in Future, and he would like clip people the second they fuck up, and then like send it to officers and send it to his friends and stuff like that, to like try to get people kicked that he didn't like. He did it to me one time, and I told him to fuck off. But yeah, it was something else. That was something else. Not a ton of overlap between people who can play 40 hours a week and people who aren't insane. Very true. Luckily, I'm normal. Smile. I was a new player. Find good players. They seem nice. Second day, they're dropping slurs. Yep. I also had dude, I feel like there's been more baby rage than ever before in dungeons. Like, I did a Mizara Caverns the other day, and they failed to kill the totems. And so, you know, when you get blasted up across the bridge, you gotta cross the bridge and everything. But if the totems live, it wipes the team. And so it was just me, the healer, and the tank alive. And the tank stops at the foot of the bridge, and he just starts smashing his keyboard and saying, like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And meanwhile, we have 3 minutes remaining, by the way. We have 3 minutes remaining on the timer. And it was the second intermission, so the boss is at like 10% or something like that. And I was like, guys, I have cables, like, relax. And he's just fucking smashing the keyboard and like shit talking all these guys the whole time. Insane shit, dude. Actually insane shit. Yeah, that run was, yeah. That run was so clean, Derek. That run was so clean. It was like the first like real mistake besides, you know, somebody like stood in one thing. Yeah, cables work. Because I had the cables in my bags. Yeah. Dolan, thank you for the 2 months, man. In Korea, a guy in League kept trying to ask me to duo queue after he called me a dumb dog, and I said, I'm Canadian. Then he was super nice to me. Huh. Oh, yeah, that works.
5, 4.
Are these the people and they just start throwing stars down? Like, yeah, not playing this guy? Yeah. Yeah. There's something else. That's the thing. If you like join a group and someone's like, and you're like already in the run,
2.
you're like, you just mute them, move on, never fuck with them again, kind of thing. But the people who are like, yeah, they do that, and I'll just raid with them anyway. I'm like, what are you doing, man? What the fuck are you doing?
The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast. Kept the calm.
Whoop. Ooh. Okay. The bag has been sent. Woo! Dude, Brez is so nuts with that time dilation. I'm so glad I learned about that trick, man. The time dilation helping with your golden hour healing is absurd. Wow, to me, is social dynamics are actually secondary to player skill in top guilds. Yeah, because, I mean, good players are definitely at a premium. Good players are definitely at a premium. I mean, you kind of see that in pro sports as well. Where good players are not very good people. You know? Maybe that's what I should have done, Zaf, is use it as a poor man's mass. I thought about it, but then I got, like, ahead of myself where I was like, everybody was dying at that point, so I was like, ooh, I just need to heal. Yeah. But yeah, if I was a little better prepared, I think that's probably how I should have done it. Treehouse giveaway? Yeah, let's do a treehouse giveaway. That'll be popular, Cabbage. Oh, waiting for the door to open? That's smart, yeah. That's smart. I should do that next time. So, I respect Liquid and Echo about their player behavior, top down, and can influence this for the better. I can, yeah. Should be a good influence. Just throw that. Fly on down. Yeah, I mean, both guilds had to kick people for bad behavior. Hey, the worst thing you can do when you apply to a guild is they say no. I mean, we've had people who were like criminally unqualified. You know, they were like heroic guilds or maybe an AOTC guild, and they're like, "Yeah, I think I could do this. Just give me a try." And it's like, you know, respect for shooting your shot. Just, you know, it's not really just how raiding guilds work, right? You know, but we're not like, I don't like go flame people for it. Yeah, you just shoot your shot, see what happens. We're really not even really recruiting DPS, unless somebody is like God's gift to raiding or something like that. Kind of at a point right now where we are recruiting healers, and I think that's kind of it. It's one of the like really nice things about Incarnate is like the guild's been around for such a long time. We haven't done an audit. I don't know. I mean, the guild probably has, but I haven't done an audit yet. But I feel like 80% of the people who were in the guild when I joined or rejoined on Razageth, I guess like 80% or something like that are still on the roster or still playing actively. So, how long did we deal with the guild that he was screenshotting, clipping everybody? Yeah, so he was clipping people if they ever like fucked up mechanics, and then like going to the officers and typing to them that like they should kick this person because they fucked something up. We dealt with him. I think I only dealt with him for like one tier. Yeah. I only dealt with him for like one tier. But yeah, there were all kinds of interesting things. Some of the stories I think are kind of funny, but they could also be kind of like misconstrued as being like flaming them. And a lot of the people still raid, so I don't want to be like dredging up drama when it's just like some stuff that unrelated that I think was funny. Like I remember one time, one person who's still raiding and still active stole loot from us during Uldir. He looted something and we forgot to turn like master looter on or like master loot it to the guild or whatever, and he just like, oh, I already put it on because I needed the upgrade. That one I'll never forget. And so like it was meant for somebody else, and then he didn't even, and the real kicker was he didn't even play that character, because a lot of times in high-end guilds, you know, some DPS will play either this or that. You know, they might have like mage and hunter, right? And they only play one. So in that example, he like yoinked it on his hunter, but he ended up playing like warlock or something like that. We're like, oh, great. Now we just have now your useless alt just got like this piece of gear. Great. That pissed a ton of people off. Oh yeah, Uldir was a very tough tier. I mean, Gahoon was like 300 some odd pulls. And not only was it like 300 something pulls, but it also was a ton of setup time, because you had to get 4 warlocks to put all your gateways down. So it took a ton of time to get the pulls rolling. Because of all that additional setup going on. Oh, come on. Voice. Never show dragon form crew? Well, doesn't it auto pop up when you hit your breath? I think that's how I have it set right now.
Come, let's find the next relic.
I'm trying to use Essence Burst on Blossom when there's like not much damage happening. Yeah.
Asked to be Ranger General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life.
I think the best is like you turn into a dragon, you cast your breath, and then you turn right out. I think that's about all you can do. Yeah. Yo, what up, John?
Trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Foundation matters have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
Ideally, yeah, you want to be in front of the Pres Evoker, so you're getting healed. Yep. Most people are still running the Temporal Anomaly, which is like the orb, the sand orb that shoots out. There's way you can like run the AoE version, but it's usually better to just run the sand orb because it gives you cooldown reduction for your breath, which you also need to do. Which you also need to be in front of people to cast. The sand orb will apply echo to people, so it replicates your healing spells. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to put out echo, which is the green buffs on everybody. I'm going to get behind them, cast my dream breath, cast my sand orb, and then I'm going to replicate a whole bunch of healing spells, do a bunch of stuff. That a no. My that's my grandfather's flag. He was in the army in World War II. He invaded Germany. You can send Dream Breath without the Sand Orb. It's great if you can though. Ideally you do.
I'll need it.
A lot of your healing is going to come from Dream Breath. A lot of your healing is going to come from Dream Breath. And from your Reversion, which is including your Mirthra's Blessings. It includes a lot of stuff, honestly. So I'm going to Dream Breath, Sand Orb. I'm going to hit my Mirthra's, which hits like 5 different things. It hits your Reversion, healing over time. It hits your Golden Hour, healing, which is kind of like a mini Death Strike for everybody. It's a ton of stuff it does. Wait for this hit to go out. Release our stasis. Sorry, Alt-Z'd that.
this side. Yeah, I've got Echo on everybody right here, and I'm just gonna hit the Dream Breath in advance. This is a lot of range. Just send that out. Alright, we got Twin Echoes value for everybody. There we go. I'm gonna bring him over here. I'll bring him over here so I can heal his character. I'm gonna hit the Sand Orb. So people always ask whenever, like, what do you do whenever people are out of your range? Honestly, I'm just gonna fucking drag them. That's my plan. People are out of range. You either let them die or you drag them. I think dragging them is the better of the two options. The dragon, that's right, that's me. I mean, you might as well, like, you know, it's kind of like The Incredibles, where it's like, oh, I saved your life. It's like, you didn't save my life, you ruined my death. It's like, you just gotta do it, you know? They're gonna die otherwise. And they'll probably bitch less if you drag them around than if you let them die. So I think it's like a pretty good trade. Like a pretty good trade. Getting title on Priest? We'll see. The 1%, yeah. 0.1%, I mean, with Resil keys, if it's not like a pain in the ass, sure. But we'll see. I went for title, it was like season 2, I think it was what it was, Unholy Priest, and I got really close. I think I was like 50 points or something like that away. But it was like, it was exhausting, and I like stopped having fun with it after a while. So I was like, yeah. There's a point of losing patience, right? We'll see. As long as I'm having fun. Once I stop having fun, the thing is, you can get super far now that like Resil is everywhere. And I could probably get into a good situation where I get Resil keys on like disc or something like that, and then I try to do holy stuff with it. It could probably work, but I've noticed over the years that people play funny when they have a different healer. I had that all the time when I ran with like a set group in like Shadowlands. Was if I played like holy or something like that, they like knew, or they would look in advance and they would like just play completely differently. Yeah. Oh, wait, let me see. I got... Wait. Oh, wait. No, I have a res. I had a res. Holy Priest was good in season 4 of Shadowlands, but that was it. Otherwise, it was like on the weaker side. So the time I'm talking about was like earlier in the expansion. It's much earlier in the expansion. Fish the same amount, drag around, die, save me, clutch a run, all times. Hey, there you go. Well, then I might as well keep you alive then. I'm still working on gear on my pally. He's like 273 or something like that. But it's felt good. I saw people were going back to Herald.
I think we're at a point right now where like many different healers are more than capable of healing high-end content. But there's always the like, well, why bring something that's sort of, you know, it's 95% as good or 99% as good if I can bring the thing that's 100% and everybody's playing it, right? Well, I think what we're getting into a lot right now is that the easier that it is to reroll, and especially when everyone's getting like their Hero of the Dawn achievements or Hardcore Raiders or getting Myth of the Dawn achievements, it's just pretty easy to like reroll, set up a new character and blast, you know? Healer balance actually is good. I got a bunch of shit for that when I put it up on Twitter because people don't understand the difference between like balance and popularity, but the healers can heal the content. It's just that people are going to have a high preference towards whatever the meta is because, you know, there's a lot of popularity around that. Shocker, right? I'm amazed nobody died there. You think if you're not meta, you're bad? Yeah, it's fun, kind of funny because there's plenty of bad players that are playing meta. So it gets to be a little bit of a minefield, you know? My frames will change green when I play Evoker because I apply Echo to them and I just change the Echo effect to be green. That's probably what it is, Juan. Yeah, shields are a white bar above player HP. And red is the absorb. Yep. Food for mana, you use Tranquility Bloom Tea. Full consumables? I think if you're doing 12s right now, you should have full consumables. I mean, you could probably just run like the lower rank consumables at a 12 and be totally fine. Yeah. Slow and straight, all I have to do is swing and I'm a hero. Tells wasn't using consumables into 0 to hero up to 17s. Yeah, that's something. That's something. And it's playing with ankle weights. He's playing with ankle weights. Current disc build harder to play? I think it's just different. I don't know. you got to get used to like spreading around your dots, and that's what I tell people every time is like you got to get used to spreading around your shadow or pains with your penance,
Relics to return peace to the spire. Perhaps
because when you
sisters will return to me.
we got soulstone.
Restless heart that haunts
Because when you stop spreading around your shadow or pains, you just miss out on a ton of shadow men value. You miss out on that shadow men value, and then everything starts going wrong from there. So you got to be really careful. That's tough. He went and stood right next to me. Shadowman in raids? Nope. Might have been an old log. Might have been an old log for all the changes. Or I don't know, maybe a mistake, but I would not recommend it. Trying to heal you, bro. Stop moving. I'm trying to heal. He keeps seeing that I'm getting on him. I'm trying to do it so I can set up heals on him. Oh, man. Whoa. Yeah, at higher level keys, you should remove that first dot from yourself.
halls have found.
Yeah.
I hope that one day my sisters will be able to do
Yep.
the same. As for myself, I shall fill these halls with music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
He's first, he's whatever. I'm gonna try one coin. Just one coin. Oh, I got a cudgel. Lame. Lame. Easy. Can you let me know how it's not the same, Diva? I just try to stand behind the DPS so I can do it. Yeah. I think I have like 4 characters max level. I gotta level my druid and my monk. Yep.
The map is behind details. Party frame aligns with player target. Mine doesn't. Well, outside of combat or whatever it is, it goes into like the dead center of the screen. Yeah. The map, you might just need to drag it around. You might just need to move it around. Or you what happens a lot actually is if you type /sexy map, I've had a lot of people have this where the profile, where is it? A lot of times the profile doesn't like actually apply the way it ought to. But the default that I have is simple square, and then you can just like unlock it and then move it around. But it's just sexy maps. It could be like the monitor size, or if you run like a an ultra wide monitor, it will definitely be off because I don't run it at ultra wide, so you just got to adjust it. You just got to manually adjust some stuff. Got to tweak it. Oh yeah, he had some add-on about avoidable damage or something. There is a setting in here. Yeah. But he had it. It was some kind of add-on. It was called Storm's Dungeon Data. Yeah. It's called Storm's Dungeon Data. Absorb is the white box. It's in the Absorb tab, as you might have guessed. There it is. I set it up as a floating bar. That's what the setting is. So I just set it up as a floating bar that appears above my health. And it's additive. Spells used in sepsis. I think it's antibiotics. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think you want to cauterize those kind of things anymore. That's kind of like old medicine. Take on the Cadro co-streaming ruining esports topic. What was that? League of Legends? I don't know who Cadril is. I think a lot of what I've heard about it. Let me know where you're at, Kev. CSN lol. Okay. Let me know where you're at with it. But what I've heard a lot has been like blaming co-streaming for like esports not doing well and not being as hype or whatever it is. And I think that's only like part of the problem. I think a lot of it is that I think a lot of the game developers running the events actually do a pretty poor job of like adding excitement to it, and they do it on like multiple levels. They like over moderate their chat and like go out of their way to just like super hard censor everything when it should be like a hype mob. Like obviously you shouldn't say anything offensive in it or anything, but they put on like R9K mode or unique only mode or all this other shit that like kills the hype of being in this massive stream with like 50,000 people. I do think co-streaming is bad for like the major events, because you want to have it like where everybody's in the same group, everyone's in the same pile, right? But I also think that the game developers themselves running the show often have their own idea as to how they want the game to be played or how they want the game to be presented. And we've seen this with like MDI and Great Push and all this other stuff where they like so hard regulate the fun and excitement out of things, both from like their moderation and from how the game is presented and from like interviews with the players and all kinds of stuff like that. They do a lot of things to like make it so corporate friendly and like sponsor friendly instead of just making the event fun. They worry about like monetizing it before they worry about like getting everybody in there. Yeah. You know you're not supposed to use peroxide in open wounds anymore? Wait, really? You're all good, Hans. Usually your standard is Dream Breath. Oh, I'll show you. Usually your standard is Dream Breath, Temporal Anomaly, and then Marithra's Blessing. That's about the standard. Yeah. Use whiskey like our grandfathers did. Yeah. You can like stasis triple dispel or something like that for some niche situations. Like that can be really good too.
But the yeah, that's about the standard you get each time. Apparently just water. Interesting. Alright. Pit, Skyreach, Nexus Point, Algathar. Algathar. Yeah. Oh my god, a full melee group too. Whoa, shit. Oh, that would be good. That would be really good for an evoker. Yo, what up, Shep? Happy Friday, man. So stop by green class. Oh yeah, I'm getting a ton of declines. Yep. It happens. It happens. Comes with the territory. Channeled heal on press instead of disintegrate. Kind of neat. Especially if it was like a big single target heal. Let's go. Full melee group. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Type who you are. I feel like that'd be like a menace. It'd be like, do you know who I am? Ready to pick this shit? Nah, man. Full melee group for a prez. This is heaven. Oh, baby. Like Bridge all season, thinking to make a switch to disc because of you. They performing that well? They are. And honestly, just being able to drop a fat shield on yourself is pretty sick too. Yeah. Get pushed. Heh. This is gonna be a fun run. This is gonna be fun. Omni and Folio stuff? No, not at all. Yeah. So much gear? This is my split character. Yeah. My split character. Any plans? I've been playing in pickleball a lot on the weekends. We go bouldering tomorrow before stream. I gotta make some plans beyond that. Let me see. Yeah, pickleball's been a lot of fun. It's OP when you have long reach. Because you're supposed to like almost be up at the net after like the initial like volley and return and everything like that. And so people will try to like loft it above me and I can just jump and get it. Same by pickleball meta? Yeah. I think it is kind of figured out. It's kind of figured out a little bit.
1.
It's like a big paddle with a wiffle ball. Yeah.
5, 4,
It's like easier tennis.
2,
Much easier tennis.
Lathrasian, give up this foolishness. We have already won. You put all
Yeah, but it's easier.
Danger. This isn't worth the risk. Seem to be a few pieces missing.
It's bad? Nah, it's good. Sorry, overruled. Oh my god, we almost died. We almost perished. Oh, we're actually, it's not over yet. Okay, we're alive. We're alive. We're about to not be alive. Oh, we did it. Nice. W team. It's okay. Do we get like bonus value by cleaving down these extra batteries in the corner or what? Fully charged Dream Breath? Yeah, you could do that. If you know that there's going to be like, it probably would be pretty good for this first boss actually. A temporal anomaly over the new one, because by running so there's a talent node below temporal anomaly, and it's a choice between the new barrier, which allows you to get a little bit stronger of an absorb and then also hit people from range, or the other option is you get Nozdormu's teachings. And Nozdormu's knocks off, I think it's like 5 or 6 seconds off of your Dream Breath and Fire Breath when you cast your ball. So you're going to see... I'm going to cast my Dream Breath, 18 seconds, 17. I cast ball, and it knocks off 5 seconds there. So it's really nice, especially when I have a full melee group like this. I'm kind of getting spoiled. But it's really nice to get the cooldown reduction value out of Nozdormu's teachings, even if it means you gotta work maybe a little bit harder. A little bit harder. But I think if you're somebody who's already used to maneuvering it, it's not that bad. Get pushed. Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dead. I died. I'm dead. Oh, I got zapped.
If you had lasted a little longer.
My health out was on cooldown, yeah. Fuck. Every single circle is targeting me at ranged. Oh, stop. Let me cast. Oh, Colony, thank you for the 91 months. It's okay. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Yeah, I'm sure Wings of Liberty would feel fine in a melee squad, but I'm a little too afraid to use it otherwise. A little too afraid otherwise. Yeah, I had a dot on me, so I stood to just go cast it and get it off, but the game had plans for me. They were not good for my health. Oh no. Alright, I'm going in. Oh, it's red. It's red stagger. Oh. Hang on. I got this. I know what to do. Echo myself for sure. I'm hitting the stasis again. Screw it. I need to get this off. Oh. Man. Let me just chill. Specifically, getting those double reversions out, getting my good fundamentals. Let's see. Bro, stop targeting me with mechanics. I'm trying to heal. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. AA-17 with a Brewmaster. He pulls half the first mobs in the key, dies in the third GCD, no heals, abandons key. Nice. Based, honestly. Oh boy. Alright. Bam. I'm releasing that stasis. We're going again. I feel so janky. Stop! 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 Stop targeting me with mechanics! Oh my god, dude. I got puddles on me. I got the line mechanic. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh lordy. Yeah, it's wild, Satiator, how many like bottom tank rerollers come in and they kind of struggle. They kind of have some struggles. Yeah, stop making me play the game. I'm just here to play the healer mini game. Bam, gets hopped. Okay, I was like, okay, that's solid. On me. Damn, that was a big verdant embrace. I know how to make brisket? When you get to Texas, you know, there's a bunch of classes to be considered Texan, but I didn't go to the brisket class. Instead, I went to the lasso and horseback riding class. Oh shit, new dread flail dropped. Brisket isn't done unless you're wearing black gloves and squeeze it on camera. True. Is Spirit Bloom? Not really. I feel like a lot of my experiences with Spirit Bloom were like winding up the cast, not having temporal compressions, and then people would die. And people go boom. Another dread flail has entered the arena. Hopefully it's targeting me and I can drag it away. If it's targeting one in the melee with its spin, it's gonna be bad for everybody. Damn, we already hit 3 miles? Oh, I guess we did. It's been like 3 hours. No, it's targeting them. Here's my question for you, Noob. Have you ever had brisket, though? Because the only thing better than those brisket videos is the videos of the Europeans eating barbecue for the very first time. And they're like getting told, like, hey, like, you don't use forks for like ribs or something like that. And they're like, what do you mean? And they like pick up the rib and like all the meat falls right off the bone. And it like blows their mind. There's this like French guy who moved to Austin and he's opening up like a French pastry shop. I gotta see when that opens. I think it's soon. Shit, as a fan, do I stop walking? Sometimes. My treadmill just turned off. I gotta turn it back on to hit my 3 miler. There it is. Never tried it? Looks so good. It is. Just gotta come to America sometime. Wait, oh man, you know what they need? I'm gonna do this actually. Don't steal my idea, chat. I'm gonna open up a travel agency for Europeans to come to America, and you're gonna be able to like pick where you go and like all that kind of stuff, right? But there's gonna be like packages, okay? There's gonna be packages that we're gonna offer, and one of them is gonna be like the Texas experience, and you're gonna get a quick training seminar on how to drive a Ford F-150. And then we're going to barbecue, and then we're going to the gun range, and we're just gonna keep on layering all these kind of things. We're gonna blow people's minds. Can't prove I didn't have the idea first. Nope, I can. Called it. Ride a horse, yeah, absolutely. Gonna rustle up some cattle. Yep. Yeah, the rodeo. See, it's gonna be a whole package of things. It's gonna be like handing a Victorian child a Sprite from McDonald's. It's gonna be, you guys are gonna have so much fun. Yeah, be an American for a day. Yeah, we do this every single day. Yeah. Best stringers for disc and keys. You get Gaze of the Allseer as your like primary. I'm kind of going back and forth on my other options. I mean, it's really good. It's really insane to run Litany in this key. I think you could run it in other ones as well. It's one of your best options for sure. Litany's good. Heart of Wind's good. That Crucible's good. Forgetting one, aren't I? German, ask what kind of dressing Americans put on their burgers. Yeah, there's a bunch of good options, Enki. Gaze is one of the biggest ones. Like, if you're not doing a mythic Chimeras pug every week, you should be. Should be. And find out you can drive 3 hours in one direction and still be in the same state? Yeah. Oh, that'll be another good one, Rye. You do a road trip, and the road trip will be like a day or two or something like that. You have to like drive to those different locations. Yeah. Austin, Dallas to Houston. That'd be perfect. Yeah, Ash. Good call. Good call. Yep. Do, not to Houston. Do San Antonio to Austin to Dallas. Okay? And the reason I say that, well, for one, I think Houston kind of sucks. But, for another one, the drive, okay? Because the San Antonio to Austin and Austin to Dallas drives are all a straight freaking line. It's, what, 3 hours, I want to say, from Austin to Dallas, and it's a straight line going 90 miles an hour. It's great. It's so much fun. I guess that's true. You could send him to NASA. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Oh, or you take him to Florida for the, or you take him to Florida for like the Artemis launches and stuff. Dude, I wish I was there in person, man. I was like begging the production at Race to World First to like let us watch the Artemis launch on stream. I was like, please. A playlist package for the drive. Oh, that'd be good too. Some country music. Yeah, see, we do a Florida Man package. Yeah, we could have Kalamazoo there, take him to Gatorland. Oh, shit. I did not realize that I didn't lust. I didn't even realize. 20 seconds left. Okay, it should be fine. We'll get the full value. We'll get the full kahuna here. Oh. My turn to use my one brain cell. Yeah, they sent it to, we went to like a Monster Energy listen-in, and then they put it up on one of the TVs. That shit was so cool. Nice. Oh! Yeah, it worked. Little debate, yeah. Yeah. Big O shit buttons, Dream Breath. and manually applying echoes to use with Marithra's Blessing, which is your Apex talent. Yeah. We take minutes for the sound to get to your front yard. Wait, that's insane. Yeah. I've been to the beaches where people would go and camp out for the launches. So like I saw the the launch pads or whatever it is, but I've never seen a launch in person. I would love to though. Yeah, I'm just pushing them. Alright, here's the part that's gonna suck. But I got my temporal anomaly, I got my stasis, I got all my buttons. These guys with their double debuffs. I'm gonna wait for it to get targeted on me, honestly. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Retrospect, I should have set up a mass dispel stasis for this. Yeah, that would have been a lot better. The second I thought about it, you know, then the pulp goes out. Then all the damage goes out. What can you do? Yeah, I think it's gonna be a Prez day. I think it's just gonna be a Prez day today. We're gonna be pushing with Shah tomorrow on Priest. Alright, I'm in Rewind. Yeah, I know. We're gonna game tomorrow. I'm trying to get Kalamazoo to join, but he said he was a maybe for tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see. Florida Man ruins keys. No, he was doing well. I wanna push with him. I feel like if we did like Brewmaster, Disc, Og, Demo Lock, it'd be a pretty solid comp. What, an Holy DK? Something like that? Is Corable with Brew? I don't think so. think it's really good. Yeah, you give them PS. They're, what is it called? Is it Celestial Fortune that replicates their healing spells? That also replicates your shields, but it credits the Disc Priest with the increased shielding. So it makes it look like you have fat Mondo shields. It's insane. It's very cool. Can Blizz do to fix the lack of trinket diversity? I'd like for them to go back to having more healer-only trinkets, personally. Yeah. When everybody wants a Gaze of the Allseer and everybody wants a Veilgore's Final Stare, it's a bit tedious. Yeah. I'm fine if, like, we compete on one thing, but it seems like we're competing on, like, almost everything. You know? What up, Furnace? That stuff is... ugh. I also want them to add mana trinkets back. But I know it's a slippery slope. They're really, really tough to balance, but I do like the idea of having mana trinkets returned, because some classes really would love a mana trinket, and some classes don't give a shit about it, right? And that's actually fine. I think that's actually a good thing. I think that's actually a good thing. Yeah, mana pots are so bad now. Yeah, I feel like Blizzard is often, like, afraid of getting good mana trinkets or good healer trinkets or something like that. But, I don't know. What often happens is, like, the trinkets we remember, the trinkets we think about for, like, a long time are usually the ones that are, like, really busted or really OP or really exciting, you know? Oh, no, we're fine. Chills just went up my entire skin. Oh, man. We're fine. Commit! Oh! Easy. Easy game.
Farewell.
Oh, yeah, the Lorthamar trinket as well. Yep. Yeah. Mine too, Lyra. Mine too. Alright, hit with the little salute. I don't know, Amish. Detail showcase was inaccurate. I think it is. I think it actually is. But it just still pops up. I don't know, I haven't really bothered to mess around with it. So class trinkets have been fun in the past. The problem is, not all the class trinkets are, like, made equal. There's a lot of times the class trinkets will be, like, really exciting for, you know, 8 out of 10 or 8 to 10 of the classes, and then it'll be like super boring and awful for like three or four, you know. I wouldn't mind if like over the course of the expansion they said, hey, we're gonna have these class trinkets. There we go. Sorry. I think that would be a good way to do it. Yeah, the Holy Priest Archimon one's exactly what I'm thinking about. It made heal worse, right? It just made it worse. It was just like a shitty ability. Like, hey, great. Yeah. Let's see. 15, 18? I don't know if I'm ready for 18s. Probably not. Not yet. I got a Windrunner. I really want Seat, Algathar, Skyreach, and Pit. Yeah. Perhaps. Yo, Beaver, thank you for the prime, bro. GG's, man. Using Field of Dreams and M+, trying to figure out where Emerald Blossom fits. So I saw Kryve was running it, but he was also running Call of Ysera. Or sorry, he was also running Wings of Liberty. And so he's getting double Verdant Embrace, so he's able to use the Blossoms as more of like a healing effect, rather than like just hitting Blossoms during downtime for the Twin Echo value. I don't really want to be jumping all over the place and rolling with like Wings of Liberty and everything like that. I don't really want to be doing that, but if you did, then you would be having some like pretty insane value. Like the Seedlings, I play with it just with Dream Simulacrum, and it was doing like 6 to 8% of my healing, so it wasn't bad. But it really scales it up when you're running with something like Wings of Liberty and makes it like a primary heal button, as opposed to something that's just like supporting your healing, I guess is how I'd put it. That's weird. Yeah. Yeah, I saw he was playing Wings overall, but for his question about like playing with Field of Dreams, it really gets a lot of value when you have Wings. All right, let me run to the bathroom quick. Let me see if I get an invite while I'm AFK. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Any luck? Doesn't look like it. Man, I honestly don't want to heal VDHs at all this season. VDH might be my least favorite tank to heal now. Midnight's been great, Hamish. How you been? It's fun to play. Glad you're having fun with it. But I do not have fun healing them. Yeah, it's awesome, dude. Oh, what's the project car? Yeah, I feel like Prez can be kind of difficult to play. There's a lot of setup that goes into it. Oh, the Sky Reach. The Sky Reach. All right. All right. I am going to Google this. Integra Type R. Kalamazi's more the big car guy than I am. He was just showing me his BMW, and he painted it purple. He got like a big purpley Warlock car. So my combat log on. I think I do. Oh yeah, still on. God, I gotta get alchemy on all my guys. Can I get this Zalatos decal for his car? Oh, that'd be perfect. What about that, Aaron? Try and disc and see you recommend to use pens defensively, just more effective 100% of the time. For straight up healing mealtime and in raids, yeah, 100% of the time. In keys, it depends. Basically, when you have a lot of enemies around, you want to run the dot spread talents, which is in the M plus build. And you want to use penance offensively to spread around your Shadow Word Pains, which will then give you a lot of Shadow Mend procs. The more Shadow Word Pain you have, the more Shadow Mend procs you get. But then when you're on a boss fight and there's not a lot of Shadow Word Pains to spread around, that's when you'll use penance defensively again. Yeah, there you go, mealtime. I'll be working on a video and everything soon too, to hopefully help out some more. Yeah. Oh, a little catch. Little catch. Oh, this is gonna be perfect timing. The Blade Rush comes out. We got the stasis. Spell one guy. Is our shaman really strong in keys? I think it's still kind of weak in raids. Last I saw. I did see somebody using Spirit Link Totem on the crystals, which was fascinating. And it actually worked. They were like redirecting all the HP and everything there for the crystals. Yeah. I have it set so I only appear as a dragon whenever I'm casting a breath. And otherwise, we are not a dragon. Yeah. So now it should... Oh, I think it's because I see what it is. I think it's because of Tip the Scales that I stay in dragon form a little bit longer. I was wondering what the deal was there. Yeah, usually it's like really quick in and out, really quick in and out. No! Oh, you're right. I think it is hover that keeps me in dragon. You're right. You're right. You're right. That's what it is. I was trying to understand what it was, but I hit hover and then I hit tip. So yeah. I think we are dead. Yeah. HP is yo-yo and more. Yeah, it's a harder key. I was doing like 15s before, doing 17s now. Yeah, they did like a good job of making there be less yo-yo at lower levels. But healers still push up health pools really, really quickly, so it feels satisfying, I think, from like up to 15s and 16s. You're like really powerful versus the damage that you're taking. But then, yeah, whenever you go back to higher keys, and especially when you go to title level keys, 19 and everything like that, that's where you're definitely Back in burst damage hell. Oh, rip. Alright, I'm good to jump off.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Yeah. It's the hardest dungeon to heal. Might be Seat. I feel like Magister's Terrace is the one I hate, though. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it is it's definitely Magister's Terrace in that hallway, man. Turkey bacon. Yeah. I saw people running Herald now for HPAL. I was born in the hallway, molded by it. Yep. Yeah, and the pyros are nasty too. That's facts. Yeah, I think Pal is like decently strong. I think the struggle right now is that there's multiple healers that are like pretty good for keys, you know? And so if everybody has like their choice of everybody signing up, because I feel like healing is pretty popular right now, then, you know, everyone's going to Fodom chase whenever they can. Yeah, you kind of see all kinds of things, Lucky. Sometimes it's kicks, sometimes it's defensive, sometimes it's just damage. Like, honestly, there's a lot of times. There's a lot of times where, like, just low damage is going to cause you to be in pulls longer and have to do more healing. Everyone told me healing would be dead, except for me, Derek. Except for me. I went on the podcasts. I said healing was going to be good. Oh. Yeah, I was working on notes for a video last night, and it's a little like two-tiered, right? Because there's definitely a lot of valid complaints about how classes work. So I feel like the macro of like overall like healing is fun, but there's a lot of like valid complaints and concerns about how classes work, or oh man, or class balance, you know. What's up with the tank drought? Kind of the same as it ever was, honestly. I feel like it's the same old story. Get pushed. Get pushed. No matter what they do to tanks to be this way? Yeah, I think so too. I was watching a Bellular video earlier today, and he was talking about like Lindormi's guidance being like really helpful for like new tank players, and like hopefully that's true. I know it like should on paper, right? But I'm kind of the mindset if they really want to have more tanks, they should just have tanks do a lot of damage. And tanks should just be like giga DPS, and they could just find some kind of ways that they're not going to be busted in PvP, and you're not going to just stack tanks all the time, right? Yeah, it surprises me that they're not able to like bring back Vengeance and also try to find a way to fix what was broken about Vengeance back in the day, because you used to be able to like lock in your Vengeance uptime and like maintain it over the course of an entire fight, you know? So that's what I'm saying, Doug. Like, I'm sure that they could think their way through that problem, though. That's what Vengeance did, was like, based on the damage you took, you did more damage. But there are ways that players could just like lock in their Vengeance for the entire fight. And I'm surprised that they didn't like, well, let's see if we can work on this problem. Let's see if we can figure this out. You know? There we go. Hard-coded rolls to make its vengeance only works in the assigned tank. Yeah. Something like that. Yo, I'm Chupacabra. It's been fun, man. And a lot of fun. Whoa. Excuse me, pardon me. Wait, I got cables. I got cables. Bam. Get cabled. We're so back. I know I have a keybind for it, but I forgot what it is. Woo! Yeah, that's another thing too, is if they just made tanks a lot more survivable, that'd be insane. Also just more healable. Because I feel like the reason I hate healing VDH is that it just is not a very healable tank. They either like take so much damage that they just explode, or they're invincible. There's not really much like in between where a healer can just help support them through the damage that they're taking. Yo, happy Friday, Chronic. What up, man? Decent stasis there. There we go. Tried it, not as goated? Yeah! Let's fucking go, man. Dream Breath to a 10-second cooldown? Yep. It's so strong. You also get a lot of fire breaths out too. You get really comfortable with it. I remember tanks being really belligerent at the beginning of Dragonflight. I can't begin to tell you how many times tanks would just like overpull in Dragonflight and then look at their group and be like, why are you guys dead? Great, thanks. Dude, I know. Season 1 of Dragonflight and Season 1 of The War Within both had like demon level keys, dude. You would just explode randomly in both of those expansions. Yep. I will never forget specifically talking to a dev about Ruby Light Pools in Dragonflight Beta and how shitty it was. And they're like, oh, I haven't really heard it's that bad. And they've nerfed that shit like 6 or 7 times since that point. They just didn't believe me. I was like, this dungeon's really hard. And they just, like, oh, it's the first I've heard of it. Interesting. The, like, fire debuffs, for example, on the final boss used to be like 5 players, and then they nerfed it down to 3, and then they nerfed it down to like 2. Like, okay, man. Yep. Yeah, it was demonic as well. You're right. Please, please, please. Okay. Oh, man. I got caught in a GCD there. I was trying to cast the stasis. Do I have it off cooldown again? Huh? Alright, something's going on with my stasis where I'm not even able to see it properly. Is this like a known bug or something? Yeah. It says it's available, but it definitely is not. If you guys want to take care of that, hey, stasis works now. Interesting. All right. What happened there? EDH and Pally more durable outside of CDs? I think they need just like an absurd amount of extra stamina or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Kumo. It's not just you. Yeah. Alright. That's all I got. Activated all the crowd control. Player defensives, it's Mini CC is the name of the add-on.
Our might rules the skies. Behold, terror given wings.
Yeah, Maritha's feels very, very strong here. Oh. Oh shit. Don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it. No, 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 we're chainsing it. Oh no. Please don't summon it. Okay, we're fine. Oh shit. That was very close. I was about to get punched. I prefer Priest and Keys over Prez, but I'm also a lot more comfortable with Priest, you know? Played it a bit longer. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Oh my god, why is it always targeting me? God, this thing loves me. Oh no. Yeah, we gotta kill the boss. We gotta kill the boss right now. Woo! All right. Oh my god. It's all good. It's all good. Not a problem. Oh. Never in doubt. Seen a lot of echoes of Dream Breath. Yeah. You can use it with Dream Breath. You can use it with Marithras. Your Dream Breath automatically triggers your, or after you cast your Dream Breath, you trigger your Marithras, so it helps a lot. Okay, I got some time. Should you pry the Elemental or the Blade Talon? Prio healing your teammates. Yeah. Chat might be able to tell you, but I don't know. I'm just here to heal. Looks like we killed the Elemental first, but they all kind of died around the same time. Yeah, you can use Litany as a Pres Evoker. I think some people are. Yeah, I mean, you would like Fire Breath or Disintegrate. I mean, it has to be like 5 hits. I don't know if the dot actually works with it, though. That I'm not sure about. Yeah, I don't have a litany to play with on this guy. Demon Hunter got targeted by everything. Everything wants his blood right now. I like the new Temporal Anomaly, but they made it a choice node between the new AoE, and you don't have to like aim anymore, or you get Nozdormu's Teachings, which gives you 5 seconds off your Dream Breath every time you cast your Temporal Anomaly. So I think that's like way better. I think it's a good trade-off between your options though, because one is like better access to your breaths, like constant access to your breath, honestly. And then the other one's just convenience. But dungeons like Skyreach especially, but even the other ones where you have to aim, it's really not that hard to aim it. But there's a ton of dungeons, Skyreach, Windrunner, Magister's Terrace, that all have a lot of like narrow hallways where everybody has to be in range, or pretty much is in range of your ball anyway. And so it's much, much easier to like aim the orb this season than I think other seasons. So, green nameplates is Echo, yeah. I use the Dander's Frame Aura Designer to color the frames, just to show who I have Echo on. It's a bit more immediately clear, at least to my eyes. away with the greed. Yeah, last boss Magistrate's not great for it. You can like kind of play around it, but as long as you get most of the people. I usually just skip the tank if I have to choose. That guy's zooming. Oh, yeah, I was not well prepared on that one. Oh, that's kind of nice. A little bit of space management. Oh! God, this dot. I'm in temporal anomaly on myself. Let's go. 55 points. Big. TBC? Nah, that's not for me. That's not for me. The Spirit Blossom with the changes? I kind of think it's better, but I also was not super invested in Prez beforehand. So the like easier version of it is, I think, more appealing to me. Yeah. I had a lot of times, Zark, where I would like charge up a Spirit Bloom and then people would die. And I just like took too long charging it up. Yep. Yo, what's up, Cal? Oh, you sent me a message. Hey, I don't want to key with you on Saturday with you and Shaw and push and get IO. Fuck you. Love Florida, man. All right. Fair enough. At least we tried. At least we tried. To be honest, it's really just you. Totally understand, man. Totally understand. Well, understood. Get IO without you. I'm gonna bring Jack Theer, all right? We're gonna get Jack Theer to 3,900, 35 million. I read this is Relaxed Healer Zoo. Let's see. 16, 17? I need a Pit, Algathar, and Seat. Yeah. Before I go on vacation, yeah, the 9th should work as well for me. Yeah, the 9th should work. Yugoslavia for vacation. I just felt a closeness with it. What can I say? I'm going to Spain. Yeah, I'm going to Spain for about a week and a half. Gonna do Barcelona and then Ibiza. But I thought it'd be fun. Yeah. Just somewhere I'd never been before. My friends in Germany, and then they wanted something like in Europe. I wanted to be like at a beach. I wanted to be at a beach. And so originally I was thinking like Central or South America. I was thinking like Panama. And then they were like, well, I'm gonna be in Europe and I could just like take a train and we can go to Spain. And I was like, that sounds good too. So I'm on a pretty good streak of going to Europe. Last year I went to the Netherlands. I don't think I went to Europe 2 years ago though, but I've been to London. Been to London, been to Australia. Portugal would have been cheaper, probably. I hear Portugal's nice too. Costa Rica, that'd be sick too. My sister did it's not St. Martin, but it was near St. Martin. I'm trying to remember what island it was, but she went there with her husband and everything like that. She loved it there. So, yeah. It's gonna be like the first like not work vacation, not work travel in a while. So I'm excited. My grandfather did Prox. Yeah, but I have a lot of family that served. My brother served. Went to Iraq twice. Maybe it was St. Croix. Yeah, that sounds familiar, Nim. I'll have to ask her. Yeah. Netherlands was gorgeous. I was surprised at how much like farmland, open space there was. I was really surprised. Like taking the train into Rotterdam, there was so much open space. It was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, you did, Cal. I do not habla. So I'm just gonna smile and play charades with people. It'll be fine. I could be chill. I mean, Ibiza I'm not worried about because that's, you know, I'm sure they're used to a bunch of fucking tourists on the whole island. We'll see how Barcelona goes. I'll figure it out. Yeah. I know what Gordo means. That's right. It's just, you know, smile and nod. Una cerveza. Easy game. Yeah. Love the port cities. Love walking around with boats right next to you on sidewalks. Yeah, it's gonna own. That's gonna own. Yeah, I used to be like more worried about that, but I'm like, yeah, they probably make like a ton of money off of tourism, so they're probably used to it. When I went to the Netherlands, they would open up in was it Dutch, I think is what it is there. They'd open up in Dutch to me, and I'd be like, hey, and then they're like, oh, you're American. They like knew right away. I was like, yeah. They're like, yeah, no problem. They're all like nice and friendly and stuff. So, Spanish people like Americans, do they? I don't know all the lore, but I thought we had some kind of issue with Spain going on right now. But I also think they'll probably be fine with tourists. So, as long as we're not assholes. So I think it'll be chill. It's kind of funny though, because originally I was like, oh man, it'd be really sick to go to Panama. And then there's all the Venezuela shit going on. And I was like, ooh, maybe like we shouldn't go to South or Central America. And then I'm like, but then we're like, oh, let's go to Spain. And then I forget what it was, but I don't know if we had some kind of drama or issue with Spain, or Spain had an issue with us or something like that recently. I'm like, we'll figure out. We'll see what happens. They can watch all the things you do. It'll be hype. I also got to get some videos done before I leave. We'll still have like video uploads and everything like that. Be chilling. Spain if you send help to the Strait and close their airspace to the military. FIFA tickets are more money than your whole trip, dude. I bet FIFA tickets are ridiculous. I bet FIFA tickets are fucking insane. Take your nephew and cheapest like $2,000. Yeah, it probably doesn't include all the travel. I'm also really glad about the plane tickets before all the gas prices went up like crazy. Yeah. Cause I still gotta get my plane ticket for BlizzCon. I haven't checked, but I'd imagine they're not great. I imagine they're not great. Oh, I already said hi. Oh, I already did. Just stay in Cali after World First? Maybe that's the play, you know? Maybe that's the play. Maybe it would be, depending on the timing, right? It'd be cheaper to, like, you and me get a hotel nearby. Actually, I don't know if I want to room with you. And then we just go back to the Alienware facility and just game for a bit. Yep. Yep. You know you wouldn't room with me, Cal. From Alienware and then write off the whole trip as business expense. I mean, it would be. I mean, technically, BlizzCon is a business expense. It technically is. At the same time, I don't want to spend an arm and a leg if I can help it. Oh, it was nice getting done with taxes. But also, I'm like, I use flyer miles. I have a decent amount. Actually, after this trip, yeah, I will actually look at it after I get back. Because I should have a lot of miles after this trip because I opted to save my miles. So we'll see. I should have a ton of points afterwards. Maybe we'll get lucky and then they'll like put me on another flight and then give me one of those vouchers or something like that. And then I can get the BlizzCon trip paid for or something. Be hype. That'd be hype. I don't know right now, Jube. I'm not sure. Scared about taxes here, but my accountant did some black magic and saved me so much money. I know if you're in a state that has a lot of like state income tax or local tax, you probably got made out pretty well because they upped the like salt limit or whatever it is. But Texas doesn't have any state income tax, so I didn't get that much of a markdown, but I also had a lot of expenses because I got a computer last year. I had a lot more expenses than the previous year. So it was pretty similar overall for Utah. Yeah, so Texas has like a ton of property tax. But I don't own no property, so that made it tougher to get some of those extra deductions. Is anything you spend as an expense? Yeah, you gotta dig deep. You're like, oh yeah, we had a business meal here, and these clothes and the haircut. Yeah. Oh man. Those are not safe? Really? Interesting. I did that like a long time ago when I bought clothes for commentating for like MDI and everything. But that was like suits. Yeah. I was like, I'm only wearing these clothes for this event. Interview with Echo while in Spain. Business trip. Interview for what? To raid with them? Oh man. You rent clothes, you're fine? Interesting. Well, that was last time I did that maybe like 7 years ago or something like that. So they never came after me. They never came after me. Didn't know what she's missing. Just 278, not impressed? I don't play to impress you. Right. It only matters if they come for you. It only matters if they come for you. It's called Mini CC, yeah. It's called Mini CC. Arshemi Disc, R Druid, and H Pally, no room for more. Yeah, I gotta get my Druid and my Monk leveled. Ah, but leveling's such a slog. That's such a slog. I know we have like time walking now, or we're about to. Yeah, we're about to. I hope that they like next week make those assaults give like an insane amount of XP or something like that, because I'll jump on that if that's the case. Yeah. There's no 90 boosts. I wish I could buy one though. I wish I could. Yeah, I gotta work on my shaman. He's got some hodgepodge. He's got some crappy gear right now. But I gotta get working on him. I think Disc is fun. Prez is like more fun than it used to be, but I think it's also pretty stressful sometimes. I guess I'm still just getting used to it though. Yeah, I like Paladin a lot. I do think Shaman is kind of boring. I think they kind of just over pruned it. There's not enough like thought into like what buttons you're pressing next or things to track. That's what kind of gets me. But you know, to each their own. I think that's how a lot of like the class design has gone this expansion, is that like I like healing overall and it's more fun than I think Dragonflight and War Within was. But then also there's a lot of specs that got like over pruned, or they got like pushed into playstyles that are not as fun as other options with like Disc and Paladin. You know, I'm like, I kind of wish we like did that, or I kind of wish we had something else. Hey, Grok. Working on some Prez IO today. Working on getting him to 3,400. Yeah, it's like the shield heavy stuff isn't my favorite play style, but it is very strong. It is very, very strong. All right. Yo, Mitch, thank you for the 7 months, dude. Welcome back, welcome back. Would be so much more enjoyable doing tank DPS and being able to heal. Yep, that's the other thing too. I get it if they didn't want to make Void the best option in a season, that happens, but man, they every single nerf just like really kept hammering Void Weaver over and over and over again.
5,
Yep.
4, 3, 2, 1.
True, give us the tank buffs. It's very fun healing Brew. But I'm at the point now where I'm like just actively avoiding VDHs. I have no idea where I'm at. We're back. There we go. I don't have the sound file anymore, Chupacabra. I'd have to find it, or I forget how I found it ages ago. Yoink. Situations you echo DB versus VE. I usually am like echoing Verdant Embrace when I need to do a lot of like single target healing. Like that. And then echoing like Dream Breath when I need to do more AoE. I thought I had that, but there we go. Nah, I forget how I like ripped the sound file or whatever it is back in the day. Or like the sub sound and stuff. Don't remember how I had it. And we hit the temporal anomaly. Dragon content? Ah, gosh. Trying to finish my disintegrate. Get a friendly healer, shaman, or holy priest. Cauterize, nice. I'm getting some mileage out of temporal anomaly in this key. Right there, I ripped Echo into Verdant Embrace on everybody because I didn't have a Marithra's Blessing. Now I do. Oh, we live! Doing bigger pulls while the tank's pulling, how cautious do you have to be about healing? It depends on the pull setup and how long that the tank is gonna spend setting up on pulls. You know, as we're like running in a position here, I'm not worried at all, and I can just start applying all my buttons and working on it. But if you're in one area where I draw threat all the time is Nexus Point. The very first pull of Zenus, I feel like you just have to stand around and do nothing, not even heal the tank, and just sit there and wait for him to rally everything together before you can actually play the game. That stuff really sucks. Same thing goes for Seat. I actually got punched today in Seat. It was really, really irritating. So it kind of depends. Like, the more the tank has to run around, the more you just got to sit there and do nothing. It's annoying in Seat, too, as a priest, because you can't send your fade, because you want to hold your fade for the chains of subjugation. So you kind of just have to, like, sit there, twiddle your thumbs. Threat masters, the tank's gathering little worms. Yeah, that's another big one, too. So it's like the more the tank has to move around a lot, but usually there's a lot of pulls where the tank walks into a pack and they grab something next to it, like this. You know, this is very, very common, and so like I'm not even really super worried. I'll even just empower a fire breath and send it just to show you. Like, that stuff's usually really chill. He'll be fine. And random bonuses VE has, dude, it's like a laundry list of modifiers. A lot of classes are like that with all these talents that we have these days. There's so many different modifiers. Yeah. All right, let me drink. Wonderful. Oops. Sorry, I had to use you to remove my debuff. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We need some new real estate. Ooh. W, big move. Big move. Please, can we go over here? Use the room. Use the space. Yeah, blame Twin Echoes. Yeah, Twin Echoes, Inner Flame, I really, really like. Makes your stasis feel actually absurd. If you look in the top right, I have all my abilities and everything like that showing what they're doing. You got that curse on him too?
Your survival wasn't
Nether
necessary.
burst. Nether burst. I shouldn't have released. There we go. I think that is outdated for the drops. There's some kind of plushie that we get. I think it's like a. I think it's like a Murloc plushie of some kind.
Arms and legs are in short supply. Thanks for your contribution.
But yeah, anytime that there's drops, they're always on. They're always like turned on and everything like that. And usually they say it right above the chat bar, depending on whatever's active. Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Must not be interrupted. Take care of them. I changed my mind. Go get that one instead. Attacking him for? The dangerous one is over there. Enough moving around. Hold still while I blow them all up.
Well, we're all dead. I think he died to Deathbolt. Yep.
Your survival
Twice.
wasn't necessary.
That is tough.
Must not be interrupted. Take care of them.
Rip. That is tough. Yep. All our deaths were like kicks. We missed death bolts, nether bursts. That was fucking rough. Let's see. In Shambles, previously there was a glitch that let me never show the dumb dragon. It looks like it's fixed. How do I deal with this mentally? Just close your eyes. Just pretend it's not there. Just stare at the health bars instead of looking at the dragon. That'd be perfect. That'll be perfect. Mayhaps out there? Does Demo not regularly run a kick? Where's Kalamazoo? Does Kalamazoo kick? Mayhaps? Ah, he's out of here. He bailed on us. Just like he bailed on us on for Saturday keys. Does he have a stun kick? Okay. Well, that is tough. That is tough. I feel like the real struggle is when you hit hover, you're stuck in dragon form for the duration of your hover. Why can't it just like sprout some like random wings to you or something like that, and then it goes away? Oh, let me see if I can upgrade some gear real fast before I forget. Iced or hot coffee? Cold brew. Cold brew. Nah, temporal barrier is like solid, but you can also run Nozdormu's teachings, which gives you 5 seconds off every dream breath after you cast temporal anomaly. And so I feel like it's a much better reward. Much better reward. Wait. Why is it when I'm mounted up? What is this? Oh, I think it is because it's tip the scales. If I click tip the scales off. What the hell? Why am I a person? Or why am I a dragon? Yeah, there we go. That was weird. Alright. I don't want to be a dragon there. Yeah, we got a lot more myth crests. Okay. You're upgraded. And I'm out. And I'm out again. What's my cap looking like? 100. Oh, shit. 230 more. Oof. Until I can start earning hero crests. I just gotta find some myth track boots. Boots, cloak, and wrists. Yeah. Still, 279 is not bad. Yo, what up, Taffy? We are chilling. Trying to get some IO on Prez today. Want to work on getting all the healers to 3,400. My next most geared character is Prez. So, trying to hunt down Pit, Algathar, Seat is the big ones. Because I think this is what, 440? So that would be 3070. So that would be 33. It should be like 33333, something like that. Yeah. So I think I need like 3 more keys to get to 3,400. Everyone else already in the gutter. I just got Myth of the Dawn. So all my upgrades are now way cheaper. Way cheaper. But yeah, then it comes, I gotta level the other guys. Yeah, the coin rolls came at a perfect time. Because then I got the chest from Lura. And that was like one of the big slots that I needed. And I got something else. Yeah. Yeah, I think my holy setup is past 3,400 now. Let's see. Holy's higher than 3,400. They didn't count my 18 Algathar. We timed this. Raider IO is actively working to sabotage me. I should have another 140 points. So I should be 3585 with Holy. And then with disc, 3,700. So we're at 2 out of 7 for every healer to 3,400. And then Prez will be third. Yeah. And then Prez will be next up. Second saddle? well, it was on my pre, so I think it's per character. Yeah. Yeah. It's per character. To talk to me, I don't talk to you. Actually, let me see about maybe doing a bit of pre stuff. I kind of want a little bit of a dragon breather. Biggest difference someone going to 3K and 2 to 3K, holy pally, pug only. Understand what is doing the damage. There's way too many times, just healers in general. I see people at 3.5K and they're playing, like they can build up their good skills for like what buttons to press properly and like they know what buttons to push and everything like that. But a skill that a lot of healers don't fully develop is like understanding what is doing the damage. When you walk into a pull, actually, Side Guy, do you ever play any like Counter-Strike or Battle Royale games? I think I have a good analogy for you. But if you don't know anything, you do? Okay, cool. So in Counter-Strike, you have a map, right? You have a map, you walk in, it's this space. When you're in a Battle Royale, you go to like the final zone. Your cover, your space, you can hold, it's in this box, right? A lot of times as a healer, people don't think about the box that they're in. So you walk into a pull, and people are like, oh, maybe I'll use these cooldowns for something else in the future, something else down the road. Like, try to get out of that mindset. When you walk into these pulls, especially, you know, some of the more dangerous pulls like Magister's Terrace in the hallway, that is your box that you live in that space. And you have to think, here's the grenades, here's the util that I walk into this space with, and I need to make sure I do everything I can to keep everybody alive. There's no prize for saving a cooldown. There's no prize for saving these abilities. A lot of times people are way too conservative. They hold on to buttons, they hold it for next key, or they don't think about how they can use it for a specific ability. That, I think, is one of the big skills that like separates a lot of healers from like pretty good to like really strong, like great, you know? Yeah. Thought of disc on seats. I think it was like 3 days ago on YouTube, Stanislav. Yeah. No, it's a good question, Squire. I think it's a really good question. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Side Guy's question was good. Let's see if your question is good, Squire. I was wanting to ask if you always made sure to cast penance with Power of the Dark Side after the ramp, and if you could explain how you're thinking when to use radiances in between your ramp, if you have a thought process. Nah, I just wing it. No, that is also a good question. That is a good question. Yeah, you bet, Sai. So in raids, you're always using defensive penance. Just to get that out of the way, right? You're always using defensive penance. There's a lot of times where you use one radiance on its own, and you just kind of float between like 10 to 14 atonements or something along those lines, right? There's a lot of times you do that. But the way I kind of think about it is that you are constantly using your penance without over capping. So I am right now capped on penance charges. I'm at 2, you know? I'm at 2. Great, cool. But what I always am doing is when there's not really much happening, I'm doing this. I'm holding on to the penance, holding on to the penance, holding on to the penance. Oh, it's about to overcap, then I send it. That's what you're doing when not much is happening. And then when you know that you could probably just sit in the capital city and just sit here. And I'm going to get to your point about radiances in a second. But I would just like sit here and build this habit like fucking crazy and always hit a target that does not have atonement on them. Just over and over and over again. Then when it comes to like how do you use your radiances, you're really looking for what is some amount of like steady, consistent, or even bursty damage if you're on a fight like Paladins. But I think Paladins is probably the best example because you're not there yet. And I think it's one of the hardest fights to play disc properly on. A lot of times what I'm doing is I am making sure I don't overcap my penances, and then I'm not really applying a lot of atonements because I don't have a lot of execute targets on paladins until you get to the end of the fight, right? And so a lot of what you're doing is like using defensive penance and spreading around your atonements in the process by using it defensively. So yes, in raids, you always use it defensively 100% of the time. We're not talking about M plus right now. Just talking about raids. Just talking about raids. But then, you know, in a fight like paladins, you look for like the sacred toll and you say, okay, is there a sacred toll coming out? When is it coming out? Can I radiance in advance, etc., right? But then you kind of have to counter it with, when am I using my ultimate penitence? So I think the sequencing on like paladins is something along the lines of like, you evangelism double radiance on the rip for that first big burst of damage, and then you have another radiance charge for a sacred toll, so that's an individual one. And then I think you might send one more, and then I think you need to pool double radiance for your uppies. Because you don't want to cast a lot of shields. Oh, you're right, 5 and 9. Sorry, my math is bad. You don't want to cast a lot of shields because they're very mana costly. You don't want to cast a lot of plea for the same reason on paladins. Think about this. I'll come back to it later. You need to be so conservative with your mana until you get to the last phase. Because the last phase is, you know, you have an execute target, the damage starts ramping, and you have more to heal. And so that's where you can start dipping into your mana economy. And that's where you get really fucking aggressive with casting shield, casting pleas, full 20 atonements, all that kind of stuff. But I would play kind of like bitch mode, honestly. Just always defensive penance, a new target, cast some Shadow Word Pains before Sacred Tolls go out, cast a Radiance before most of the Sacred Tolls, unless you need to hold it for your Evangelism or your Uppies, and then literally just fucking chill and smite. Yeah. Now, Cosmos, that's where you can have a lot of fun. You can be very aggressive with applying a lot of extra atonements, and then you be very aggressive with sniping those executes. Because you don't need to worry, like, some people are really like, oh, I gotta hit my Shadow Word Death at the right time to do the healing. Like, just hit the freaking pet. Get it out there, you know? Cosmos is great. Cosmos is an awesome fight, dude. Very good fight. Very fun to heal. Sometimes get lucky and the ads that get spawned will get knocked out of the group, and you're just sitting there with a perma execute target in phase 2 for like 20, 30 seconds. It's glorious. So that fight, you have a big surplus of extra mana on hand. It's insane. So like, if I was your dad or your coach, I would be over your shoulder. In phase 1, you need to be like looking at these ads and looking at these little goobers and sniping executes every single opportunity. Because you're going to do the same thing when you go to Beleren. You're going to do the same thing when you go to Midnight Falls. You just need to be on it with these executes. Because that's going to give you a lot of mana. And even though you might hit a Shadow Word Death and spawn an ad at, let's just say, like a whatever time, like the damage is going to happen 5 seconds later, 4 seconds later. Well, you've got your Mind Blast, you've got your Penance charges. Hitting those while you have a pet out gives you Inescapable Torment, and that does a ton of damage. So if you're spawning pets, and even if they're not at the perfect time, that's okay, because you get that 0.7 second extension, and that makes like a world of difference for your overall healing. So, yeah. That's the thing. Paladins is like I think is a shit fight to play as disc, because you just have to hold back a lot. But then Cosmos, Beleren, and Lura are all like banger after banger after banger. You just get to be like hyper aggressive. Shit owns. So yeah, I'm gonna work on a video before I go on vacation. 50% mana at 40 seconds in the pull. Yeah, it's a nightmare. Kill the ads fast and you keep them alive a little longer. Yeah. Yeah, when you get into those fights with ad spawns and stuff, Squire, you're definitely thinking about, like, hold on to your Penance and Mind Blast for those damage moments, to proc Inescapable Torment, to do more healing, you know? Very, very important. Very, very important. I'll be gone for like a week and a half or something like that. Yeah, you bet, Squire. Honestly, I'm gonna put a marker in that because that's most of the notes that I have for that upcoming video. Oh man, maybe I'm just gonna go record that right now. No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. I'll catch up. I'll make sure we'll quiz you. I'll make sure you go watch the video whenever it comes out. Don't worry. But yeah, Shadow Word Death on a mouse over. I have it on a mouse over, but I also will like sit there, target it, and then I right click, and you see where my cursor goes away when I right click? I'll like click on a target that I'm gonna execute, and I'll right click, and then I'll just make sure I'm not mousing over anything so that the mouse over macro will just go to my target only. So if I like mark something for death, I'm like, okay, that target is going to die, or that target is going to get the execute. Let me make sure I don't accidentally mouse over something, and then I Shadow Word Death it. Yeah. Well, it's good to see your eyesight still working, Soul. Click it, bring your mouse away. Yeah, that works too. Whatever's more comfortable for you. Yeah, but that's great. Oh, actually, secret bonus tip. I keep seeing people do this. I keep seeing people do this. We're gonna do a little secret bonus tip hour. When you hit your evangelism, you spawn your pet, right? So you always should be using your Shadow Word Death, even if you're not an execute. So your very first ramp on Paladins, you should be using your Shadow Word Death, proccing Escapable Torment. But also, your pet lasts 12 seconds. Shadow Word Death has a cooldown of 10 seconds. So you should always be getting that second Shadow Word Death in during your evangelism ramp. Because if nothing else, it's going to give you an Inescapable Torment extension, which is also going to give you more mana. It's an extra melee attacker too. And so that's going to add up over time to give you a little more mana, a little bit more mana, a little bit more mana. Thinking about like your Mind Blast, defensive penances as your Inescapable Torment extensions are super important too. Because if you look at like a log, the amount of damage your pet does on melee strikes is like 1/5. You know, the melee hits out of a Mindbender are maybe 20% of the damage of an Inescapable Torment hit. The Torment hits really hard. And it's being triggered by, you know, your defensive penance and stuff like that. So yeah, you don't even have to target an enemy. Your defensive penances will trigger Inescapable Torment. Yeah, exactly. Like they lay the pipe. They lay the pipe. So you gotta slam that. But I think your original question was about like Power of the Dark Side and stuff. I don't really think too hard about Power of the Dark Side. I have penance, I send penance. You know? Michaels, thank you for the 3 years, my dude. Yeah, you got button, send the button. Simple as. You know, obviously like Mind Blast, giving you Dark Indulgence, which gives you Power of the Dark Side. Wonderful. What's more important on an opener is your timing. And man, I wish, I hope we do Beleren on Tuesday. I'll see if I can record it. Because you can do some really cheesy stuff with some sniping. Yeah. So on like Beleren, what I do, and this is how I prep every fight. Actually, so this is good for the opener talk as well. I defensive penance before pull starts, and I make sure I build up full stacks of Wheel and Woe. Build up full stack Wheel and Woe. There we go. And I avoid shields. And so then I give myself enough time so I get all my penance charges back. Then I flash heal into Void Shield. And that way I have 5 atonements out. You don't really have to do that on Paladins, but you could. You could probably do it on Paladins, actually. It's really good on Beleren, and it's really good on Midnight Falls. Because your ramps are at the start of each fight, right? So it's very good on both of those. But you flash heal into the Void Shield, that's 5 atonements. And then you work out the rest of them, right? And so you're able to slam those. Yeah. Yeah, almost all the time. Like I never like miss out on penances and stuff. I never miss out on penances. So yeah, just exactly. You should just do it on all the fights anyway, because it doesn't cost you much mana or anything like that either. So, but yeah, you definitely do that to like prep for the fight, and then you know you get your like your radiance is out, you do your thing. But on Beleren and Midnight Falls, you are working to like time your defensive penances so that they're like channeling as the damage goes out, basically. That's about one of the like the best things that you can be doing. Oh yeah, actually what I did on Beleren was I delayed the Shadow or Death. It was worse for overall pet extension, but I had a lot of pet uptime on the fight because you get a lot of executes. But what I would do is I would like have all my atonements out at the start of Beleren, and then I would defensive penance, mind blast, defensive penance, shadow or death. And that would usually work out pretty well. Actually, what I think I did is I atoned everybody, and I think I defensive penanced, and I think I smited once or twice. Then I mind blasted, then I defensive penanced, then I shadow or death, something like that. So that way, but the point of it was that I had defensive penance channeling at the end into a shadow or death, and it kind of just sniped and absorbed all the healing to prevent anybody else from getting it. And it was very fun. But you can think about those things, and that's what you should be doing when you're 100 pulls into a fight or 80 pulls into a fight, is like you should be iterating on your opener and finding out how you can do that extra bit of snipage. Yeah. New to healing in WoW, in between ramps, if avoidable damage is taken on my flash healing or just penancing and leaning on my co-healers, if someone's gonna die, I'll shield them or flash heal or defensive penance, depending on what I have. Preference would be on defensive penance. What I was talking about earlier, RRP, maybe like 5 minutes ago, was making sure you never overcap on your defensive penances. And so often, if I know that there's not really a lot going on, I'll sit here and I'll watch it until right about that point, and then I'll send the penance. I did it poorly. Watch right here again. I'm like watching it, I'm watching it, I'm watching it, and then I'll send it, right? And that's when I'm just kind of waiting for another big hit of damage or waiting for my setup for my ramp or something like that. So in this situation, I'm just kind of hitting it at the last second. But in your situation, when somebody takes damage, well, I already have the penances I need. So if like, oh my God, somebody took damage, I can instantly send that penance out. So what I'm usually doing is I'm floating one penance charge at all times, unless I'm about to send it for a ramp or big damage or, you know, there's a purpose to it, you know? So like your example, when you're in between ramps, always pooling and always holding on to one penance will allow you to have the defensive penance for that situation. Does that make sense? Also, I float a lot of surge procs. And you want to use them, right? You definitely want to use them because surge procs own. And so that's another area that you could help out with the spot healing too. Yeah. Yeah. Smite is like my most casted ability and one of my least impactful abilities. Shit's great. Shit is great. On Druid is a noob trap to try and maintain double rejuves on everyone. It's like it's a mana drain, basically. It's not bad to do when there's big damage, but just make sure you have a purpose behind doing it, Kumo, is what I would say. There needs to be a reason for you to be doing that. So, if you play Totemic Furnace, it is, yeah. That's what the cool kids are doing right now, is they're just doing that. Croissant. Thanks so much for the 2 months. And Merle, thank you for the 21. Yo. How you doing, big dog? Yeah, if you play Shaman, the Surging Totem is an instant cast. Yeah. Dawn Crest Ascension. Oh, 7 achievements. Looks like they're testing out Heroic World Tier from Lemix. Huh. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, exactly, Kumo. As you get more comfortable, you know? It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, for example, like right now. Oh, that's right. I fully upgraded my legs. That's crazy. I fully upgraded my alt's legs, and then that allows me to upgrade these. That's funny. Oh, man. I am 285. What do I not have equipped right now? Oh, it's the helm. Yeah, it's the helm. Yeah. That's what it is. A chess piece? Yeah, I got it from the coin roll. Quite fortunate. Quite fortunate. Yeah. Alright, well, now that we've been talking about this stuff, I'm just gonna go record that video, though. I'm just gonna go record that video, because it's now, like, fresh in my mind. I can't get it out. Alright, guys. I will be... What's tomorrow? Saturday? Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna be pushing some keys with Shah. And friends. I think we still need to get another gamer or two. But we'll be doing that. We'll be gaming, and I'm gonna be working on some more videos and stuff real soon. All right, just keep an eye out for the YouTube on those. Love your faces. Saturday gonna be big key pushing day. All right, take it easy, guys. Thanks for all the love. Whoop.